Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Board of Trustees. Before our meeting begins in a few minutes, we are going to be treated to our student showcase, which is the choir from Leon Heights Elementary. And they're going to get ready. And then, Board, if you want to come on down, we'd love for y'all to enjoy this performance. Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening and for your interest in Belton ISD. I hope you've enjoyed our student showcase tonight by the Leon Heights Honor Choir. The time is 6:15, and the Belton Independent School District Board of Trustees are now convened in a regular board meeting on Monday, October 16, 2023, in the Pittenger Fine Arts Center located at 400 North Wall Street, Belton, Texas. A quorum of board members is present. This meeting has been duly called and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. I want to welcome the members of our audience and our live stream viewers to this meeting. As the Belton ISD Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, listen to reports from the superintendent, approve budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. It is not the role of the board to make day-to-day operational decisions. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. We have policies and procedures in place to resolve concerns and issues. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees held in public, not a public meeting. Prior to this meeting, board members received information related to items on tonight's agenda. Agenda items may not necessarily be handled in the order listed on the notice. This meeting is open to all who wish to attend and hear the matters discussed. These proceedings are being live streamed on BISD's YouTube channel, and a recording of the meeting will be available on the district's website in the days following tonight's meeting. For the video to adequately reflect the proceedings, I respectfully ask that you please refrain from talking while others are speaking, and that all cell phones are turned off or in the silent mode. Please rise for a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Please remain standing as our students from High Point Elementary School lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and honors to the Texas flag.
Thank you, Board. I'm going to invite Collins Cortez up here and Ethan Sparks to lead us in the pledge. Collins, you want to go first? Go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Recognitions is the first item on the agenda. We'll turn it over to our communications team to start us off.
Thank you, Board. First, I want to tell you just a little bit about our pledge students here. Collins is in 3rd grade, and her favorite subject is reading. She really enjoys gymnastics and competes at extreme cheer and tumble. Her friends would say she's kind-hearted, always willing to help others, and I think she's very brave. So thank you, Collins. Ethan is in 5th grade, and his favorite subject is math. Ethan plays recreational soccer outside of school, and he enjoys that his mom is his coach. His friends would describe him as being very active and respectful to all. Would you like to come up here and get a picture with the board?
If y'all would give them a big round of applause, please. Just real quickly, sometimes I get scared to turn on a microphone as well. And so what these two students do up in front of you today is something that we're honored to celebrate every day in Belton ISD. Our students are leading us in great things. And they come to these board meetings and lead us in the pledge and the pledge to the Texas flag as well. We're thankful for these two elementary school students. Give them one more round of applause.
Our next recognition is we are going to call the Honors Choir up from Leon Heights to come have your picture with the board. This is an auditioned ensemble. All of these students are 4th and 5th graders, and they have performed all over the community, and many of these students have gone on to perform for groups such as the Texas Choral Directors Association, the Southwestern American Choral Directors Association, the Texas Music Educators Association, and we just found out last week that these guys are going to be performing at the State Board of Education Conference down in Austin next month. So let's give these guys a round of applause. Great job, guys. Thank you. Y'all were wonderful. All right. One of our first recognitions for this evening, unfortunately, they were not able to make it due to some car trouble, last-minute car trouble, but we did want to publicly recognize Haley Bella and Annabella Lorcher from Lake Belton High School. They placed in the top 5 at the Texas Association of Future Educators 39th Annual Teach for Tomorrow Summit this past summer, and we're very proud of them. I failed to mention this, but we are recognizing in total like 240 kids tonight. So this is pretty incredible. So our next group that we're recognizing are students that did extremely well on the National German exam. They were medalists. We had 3 students from Belton High School and 3 students from Lake Belton High School, and we are incredibly proud of them for excelling in German. Congratulations, guys, and thank you for coming out tonight. We have a number of big groups tonight, so I'm actually going to move over here. The next group that we are recognizing we have 40 students that earned honors through the College Board, taking the PSAT. They're among the top 2.5% of test takers who identified as either African American, Hispanic or Latinx, Indigenous, or attend a school in a rural area or from a small town. So first up, we're going to have some students from Belton High School come up. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. And now we have some students from New Tech High School at Wascow. Congratulations, guys. And this large crowd, these are the students from Lake Belton High School who earned this honor. Congratulations, guys. Parents, I know you are super proud of these guys.
There we go. Got balance out a little bit.
You might need front row to get on your knees. Yeah.
Great job right here, sir. Thanks. Good job.
I will say that these students, in order to earn this achievement, they had to have a minimum PSAT score and a cumulative GPA of a 3.5 or higher. This goes for all the students that are in this category, and that's a high bar to set. So congratulations, guys. Our next very large group of students are our students that earned accolades through the Advanced Placement Program, the AP program. There are 3 levels. There are scholars, scholars with honor, and then scholars with distinction. And our first group this evening are the students from Belton High School who were awarded the AP Scholar Award. Coming up. To earn this distinction, students have to receive a score of 3 or higher or on 3 or more AP exams, which is Not easy to do. Congratulations. And now we have the AP Scholars from Lake Belton High School. Come on up. And the names you see up here on these slides include current students and also graduates. So a number of students earn this distinction, but they have gone on. Congratulations. Okay, and now we have Belton New Tech at Wascow. Come on up. Congratulations, guys. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Our next category is AP Scholar with Honor, and we have our students from Belton High School. Go on up. Yeah, no, you're good. To receive this accolade, a student has to score at least a 3.25 on all AP exams taken and scores of 3 or higher on 4 or more of these exams to be qualified as an AP Scholar with Honor. These are students from Lake Belton High School, our AP Scholars with Honor. Congratulations, guys. And now we have AP Scholar with Honor for Belton New Tech at Wascow. So come on up. Congratulations. Congratulations. Our next award are AP Scholars with Distinction. We have our students from Belton High School. To earn this accolade, you have to have scored a 3.5 on all AP exams taken and scores of 3 or higher on 5 or more of these exams to be qualified. Very challenging. And now we have Lake Belton High School, AP Scholars with Distinction. Congratulations. Our next group of students are our AP Scholars with Distinction from Belton New Tech at Wascow, and they have actually all graduated and have gone on to greener pastures, but we are extremely proud of them. And now, Belton New Tech High School at Wascow, they have earned a pretty distinct designation. They've been named a school honor roll by the College Board, and this is because they've done an outstanding work to welcome more students to AP courses and support them on their path to college success. So they're recognizing the faculty at New Tech. Congratulations, guys. We love our world-class employees here. Congratulations, y'all. It's my pleasure to recognize our Temple Rotary Educator of the Month, Mr. Neil Plemons. He's being recognized. He teaches government, political science, and English at Belton New Tech at Wascow. He's in his 10th year in education and his 3rd year in BISD. His principal, Miss Winters, said that he's just been instrumental on our campus culture. He actually got certified in history so that he could start the CTE legal pathway. And if y'all remember, he's already taken 4 teams to state competition in mock trial and moot court. So congratulations. It's well deserved. Our Belton Rotary Educator of the Quarter is Taylor Villalobos. She's being recognized. She teaches at Southwest Elementary School, and her principal, Miss Gibson, says she is consistently positive and always works hard to establish good relationships with students and families. She's always striving to do better, and this year she's working to increase community engagement on our campus. Congratulations. October is recognized across the state as National Principals Month, so it is our pleasure to formally recognize our wonderful BISD principals. Thank you all for being here tonight. We have Sheila Surovic, Julie Manley, Chris Lockamy, Elizabeth McMurtry, Gina Sniffen, Marcy Beck, Christy Chandler, Hope Orsag, Becky Vaughn, Felicia Gibson, Debbie Younger, Brooke Itz, Tim Goodridge, Chris Hobson, Fred Lilly, James Larimore, Claudia Knox, Steele Hankin, Kimberly Winters, and Sandy Garrett. Congratulations, y'all.
All right, before we let them move on, I want to point out real quickly, the role of a principal is a challenging role sometimes. Their job is to help create conditions so staff can thrive in order for our students to thrive. I am so proud tonight because what I see is our students thriving in Belton ISD, and it's because of the hard work that our principals and staff have put on a day-to-day basis. So please, one more time, give us a round of applause for the principals here.
Our next, if I can have your attention, please, is rowdy principals. Our next recognition, it is my pleasure to recognize our Human Resources Department led by Mr. Todd Schiller. These guys do so much. They take care of BISD's second most precious resource, our teachers and staff, our first being our students. They have done a tremendous job this year. They support more than 2,000 employees. They're incredible. So thank you, HR, for everything that you do. And now it's my pleasure to recognize our new administrators, new to Belton ISD. The first is Miss Denise Ayers. She is our new CTE director. Denise. Denise is coming to BISD from Temple ISD, where she's recently served as the CTE director. She has a background in community relations, marketing, and communications. She's going to be a real asset to our team, and we are thrilled to have her with us. Our next administrator is Mr. Rodney Merrick. He is our Facilities and Construction Director. Welcome. He's coming to the Big Red community from Huntsville ISD, where he's recently served as a maintenance and operations coordinator. He has a wealth of experience in facilities management and construction. He has extensive training from Texas A&M and the Texas Association of School Boards. Welcome to BISD. And our last but not least recognition for this evening, we are extremely excited and happy to recognize the UMHB men's basketball team. Many of you These guys were with us on the first day of school to greet students and wish them a great year. And they have consistently come back to our elementaries on Fridays. We call it High Five Fridays. And they have greeted kids and made sure their days have started off great. And they leave a really big impression on our kids. So we just really thank them for giving up their time for us. That concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Now that recognitions have concluded, we will take a short break to allow families and students to clear the auditorium. Please feel free to stay for the remainder of the meeting if you'd like. Next on the agenda are public comments. In accordance with policy BED local, we will take public comments regarding items on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and comments regarding non-agenda items will be heard at the end of the meeting to allow the board to conduct the business of the district. Becca, do we have anyone signed up? None. All right. There being no public comments, we'll move on to item 4. Go forward, develop a district-wide culture of value, support, and growth amongst all students and staff. Trustee Preston will be leading our conversation on this item this evening. Mr. Preston?
Thank you, Emmanuel. I'm one of the newer, well, I am the newest trustee here on the board, but I can certainly say one of the very first things I noticed coming here to Belton ISD is to see the strong culture that permeates throughout the district. Culture is something that was thrown around very quickly, and at a glance we can think of culture as just the way that we're treated, which is exceptional in my opinion here in Belton ISD. But to dive a little bit deeper, I have a few questions. What do we mean by culture? How is it observed, and how does it affect nearly the 14,000 students who are here in the district? Culture can be seen in our actions. It's what we do, and it's not just what we say. It's how we perform day in and day out. And those statements, though, they're important too. It's something that can be observed throughout the people that we interact with, and it's certainly seen here within the district in my short time. I can see it with Dr. Smith and the leadership team as you work with our campus leaders, as well as then move with our teachers in the classroom. And certainly as we see that our teachers are trying to move forward the academic progress and academic success within the district, the culture is something that's very, very strong here, in my opinion. I've been in a lot of campuses, like all of us here on the board recently, and one of the things that's been very cool to see is just the relational value between the teachers and the students. And they're working really hard, not just to build trust, but also to move forward academically. And that culture is very, very rich. Daniel Coyle wrote the book Culture Code, and I'm going to quote him here. He says that culture is a group of people working towards a common goal, where everyone working together adds up to achieve more than the sum of their parts. And it seems very evident that here at Belton ISD we have great culture, and it's one of the reasons why we have such a special place here.
Thank you, Rucker. Anyone else want to add to that? Kind of hard to follow that. Yeah.
As a former teacher, I know that being supported by your administrative staff is one of the most important things you can have. It's honestly, it ties into one of our other goals about attracting and retaining high-quality professionals. And the best jobs I ever had were the ones where I was supported and cared for and looked after by the people that were just immediately my superiors. And we have that here. We have people who really look after, and you saw our principals and how integral they are to our culture and how important they are. And you saw how the kids, right, were like screaming for them because they're so proud of their school and their principals because they feel supported. And so, yeah, Rucker is completely right. We do have a culture of support here, and I really appreciate it.
I'd like to add just some of the evidence based on what you talked about that I think we can clearly see that's tangible and we can actually show that evidence of culture is through our Big Red Heart Awards. I went through, because I know our HR department does a great job of posting all those, and I've seen all of them, but if you zoom in and you read what the parents and the staff say about one another, they care about kids. My child feels safe when they're with their teachers. They go above and beyond, and so I think that evidence, we can see that in just one piece through our Big Red Heart Awards, which I'm so thankful that we get to do. And I love that we can do that not just for our teachers, but any staff member in our district can be nominated for a Big Red Heart Award, and I think that's how we can show the community, the culture that you just talked about.
Thank you, Aaron. Anyone else?
Can I add one thing?
Absolutely.
I just want to give our team some kudos on this one. The three things that we focus on in this goal: value, support, and growth. We want people to feel valued in what they do. That means they their voice is heard, and we bring them to the table support, meaning that we're able to be there for them to do great work, because we want them to be empowered to do great work, and we want to support them in that. And then that last part, that growth, we talk about it being challenged to grow. We actually want every staff member to be stretched and growing on a regular basis. The value that you have articulated about continuous improvement is directly related to this culture as well. And sometimes that is a challenge, to feel valued while you're challenged to grow at the same time. Sometimes, we have people who are saying, hey, I want that gold star. I want to be able to have success. But we know that it's incumbent upon us as educational leaders to constantly push our system to grow, because those 14,000 students that we serve in the district deserve our best every day. And so I want to give our staff a lot of kudos, because this isn't just a gold star goal on this one and say everybody feels good about stuff. It's feeling good, feeling supported, but it's also stretched to grow on a regular basis, and we're really striving for that in Belton ISD, and I'm proud of it.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Anyone else?
I really was sitting over here going, don't share this, don't share this. But much like, I don't know how to listen to my own self, I'm going to share this. I have a son, a 21-year-old son, who went through this. I have a bunch of children, but this one in particular went through the system. And when he was in the 5th grade, we were toward the end of the year, and he got a visit from his new 6th grade teacher, the teacher that was going to be in charge of his skill set for 6th grade. She came, she visited with him, and that particular teacher saw things that his current 5th grade teacher did not see in my son. And so by the time he got to the 6th grade, she set goals that were, in my personal opinion, I thought were kind of high. But she pushed him and stretched him, and he met every single one of them without ever batting an eye. So I really appreciate the teachers that we have in our system that can see beyond the kid and can see what their worth is and see what they're capable of.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Anyone else? Great comments, everyone. There being no further comments, let's move on to item 5, public hearings. Item 5A, public hearing regarding the 2022-2023 School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, commonly known as FIRST, F-I-R-S-T, report. Dr. Smith?
It's my honor to welcome Ms. Melissa Lafferty to the podium tonight. Melissa is our CFO, and she's going to walk you through a brief presentation on this. As you know, public schools are held accountable in a lot of different ways. The FIRST system, Melissa will talk a little bit about, is one of the ways that we're held accountable publicly to our constituents for financial practices. Melissa?
All right, good evening. So tonight we're here to discuss our 2022-23 FIRST rating for Belton ISD. Our rating is based on the fiscal year 2022 data that we submitted to the Texas Education Agency last year. So it's always a year lag in the data you're rated against. The Texas legislature created what's called the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, but we call it FIRST just for simplicity. It was established in 2001, and it was basically designed to encourage districts to improve the financial management of their resources and provide financial transparency to the public. Now, the Texas Education Agency is responsible for the administration of the FIRST rating system. So they establish the indicators that we're measured against. They do the calculations, and then they rate us according to how we do across all 20 indicators. Districts are scored against 20 different financial indicators, and we'll briefly go through those here later in the presentation. And you're given a rating based on how well you do across those. The maximum number of points a district can get is 100 points, so it's just like school, 0 to 100. Some of these indicators, you can go flat to 0, or some of them are kind of scaled depending on which type of indicator it is. So the good news is Belton ISD received an A, Superior Achievement, with a score of 96 points. And just to kind of give you a glimpse of what we were being scored against, The 20 different indicators, most of those are whether or not you have a clean audit and do you pay your bills on time, primarily. So do I get paid everybody's IRS payments on time, and TRS has to be paid on time. They also look at how well we maintain our fund balance and do we have sufficient cash flows to operate. In addition, they look at debt to asset ratios and do we have the potential to make future debt payments. They also look at, one of the bigger indicators is the percentage of that's spent on administration in comparison to our total budget. So the reason for first is so that we allocate the maximum amount of dollars to instruction first. And so they measure how much we charge to Function 41, which is the central office. And of course, they also look at, are we financially compliant with state statutes and grant requirements? And so everybody scored against those different indicators. And then we're also required not only to have a public hearing to discuss our rating, but we're also required to issue what's called a financial management report. And each of you should have a hard copy of that report in front of you. And this report basically holds our first rating report so that you can see the 20 different indicators and how well we scored across each of those. The superintendent's contract is required to be included in that report, and any payments and reimbursements that were paid on behalf of the board or the superintendent. Most of those are your travel to SLI and those kind of board trainings you do in the summer. There are also, just for the members of the audience, there's additional copies in the foyer for those that are interested in seeing this report. So at this time, we can open the meeting up for a public hearing.
The time is now 6:55, and we will now open the public hearing regarding the 2022-2023 first report. Becca, do we have any public comments? All right. Well, do we have any questions or comments regarding this topic? Chris?
Thank you. This is, I mean, as far as I've been on the board, I think we've got an A, right? And so I think from the work that we're doing and the transparency we're doing it with from a financial standpoint is really incredible and consistently incredible. So thank you for everything that you're doing. I'm going to say that, and I'm going to ask you about the 4 points we didn't get. So, right, in the spirit of continuous improvement, right? Can you talk to us a little bit just about the 4 points to get us from 96 to 100 and sort of what what those points are all about?
Okay, so across the 20 indicators, almost all of them, we scored a perfect score. The one that got us is, give me just a second, it's indicator, I believe it was indicator number 12. And this is basically measuring the correlation of our future debt requirements in relation to our assessed property values. And so this is trying to measure, we have, since we're a growing district, we're accumulating debt. And so TEA's attempt to measure our ability to make future debt payments in regards to the amount of debt we're carrying at the moment. And so as we increase debt, and now with that $100,000 homestead exemption, that's kind of creating a little bit of trouble for us on that indicator.
Yeah. But I will say on this particular front, this is something we would have expected, right? We just sold bonds, right? We're building a lot of schools, and so I don't think that should be a surprise for any of us.
Right, and for growing districts that are having to build schools, this is typical.
I also think it's important to note, I'm pretty confident that you could look up any first report for any fast growth school district, and you'll see ranges from that 90 to 100, and a lot of it depends on their bond indebtedness on that one. This is not an uncommon thing. We're still at the superior rating, and it's partially because of our fast growth. I also want to point out very deliberately, since the public hearing is closed, that it's incumbent upon our legislators to pass some legislation to ensure that school districts have the finances to be able to continue to operate and protect things like fund balance that Ms. Lafferty said. We are waiting for our legislature to act on some of that. And the systems are set up to hold us accountable at a very high level, and we've been meeting those at a very high level. And we hope that the funding will be addressed by our legislators so that we can continue to be held at that high standard and meet that high threshold as well.
Any additional comments or questions from Ms. Lafferty? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Moving on, following action items. Item 6, action items, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the approval of RCSP number 2309-600-325 for campus security vestibules bond project. Dr. Smith?
The security vestibules are really important for us in Belton ISD. I'm honored to have Mike here tonight to be able to show you or talk with you a little bit about the security vestibules from our bond project.
Good evening, Board. Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. We bring you a recommendation for a contractor that we would like to bring on board to work with us for our campus security vestibules. This is one of the larger components of our significant investment in safety and security as part of our 2022 bond. On June 12th of this year, we did bring a request to you to go for competitive sealed proposals for this project. We felt that would be the best value for the district, and we would get the best quality. And September 13th, we opened the RFP and closed it on October 4th. This would include campus safety vestibules at 15 different facilities throughout the district and would allow us to have safety vestibule at each facility and campus in the district where parents come. The district recommends TF Harper to be the contractor for this project with an initial bid of $2,386,000. We would ask tonight that you authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute a contract with TF Harper and approve the expenditure. We have not done work with TF Harper recently, but historically they have done work at Southwest Elementary, Sparta, Chisholm Trail, and North Belton Middle School. So this is a firm that we've worked with in the past. Any considerations or questions?
Any questions for Mr. Morgan?
Mike, what stood out about TF Harper that we went back to them?
Just a lot of interest in it, and really a solid proposal. It was in the ballpark of where we figured, and then a willingness by them to sit down with us as we negotiate, look through the plans carefully, and see if there's any way that we can have some savings and maybe get the price down a little bit. So really excited. They were excited to work with us, and we're excited to work with them if we get the opportunity to.
I just want to express my maybe gratitude and thanks for just the project in general, right? I mean, we know our kids do best when their parents are involved and when they feel safe. We know our parents do best when they feel like their kids are safe. And so this is just one step in a lot of things that are going on in order to keep our kids safe. So this is a really important project. Thank you.
I will clear one thing up. I think I mentioned earlier, all district facilities, so obviously every campus at the conclusion of this project will have a safety vestibule, but we're also going to put one in at the transportation department as well. That's a building that has a lot of traffic in and out, and we feel that layer of security would be good for all involved, for our patrons and for our staff there.
Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion to approve RCSP number 2309-600-325 for campus security vestibules as presented? Mr. Norwood, second? Ms. McDonald? Any additional discussion on this topic? All in favor, raise your hand. That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to 6B, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding appointment of board committees. Dr. Smith?
Trustees, I'm coming back to you to talk about committees. I brought it to you in May and said we were at a good time to pause the committees. As you, just a brief recall for our public, we had standing board committees since the fall of 2019 in a facilities committee and a policy committee. And those standing committees, we were at a good point after a thorough analysis of board policies and a significant investment in facilities assessments and a bond program to pause those in May. I'm bringing this back to you tonight to consider reforming board committees with an addition of a budget planning committee. We believe that the budget planning committee could help us as we continue to work through the challenges of school finance in the state of Texas, to have two trustees serve on a regular basis with our administrative team in partnership to talk about the budget planning process, so that when we get to budget adoption, we also have two trustees who feel very confident in the process as well. And then again, to reinstate our facilities committee and our policy committee. With the recent legislative session, our policies will be impacted by the laws that were passed down in Austin, and so we will have some policies that will begin a systematic review of in order to address and have two board members look at the local policies in particular on a regular basis. And then finally, the facilities committee is an important one for us to get going as well. We have some key decisions we will need to make, some of which Mr. Templeton will be talking about with the demographer report soon, but also some of our existing facilities that need some reinvestment in, and we need a couple of board members' thoughts and expertise as the elected officials in our community to help guide us in that. And so tonight I'm asking you to reinstate the two committees that were in effect before, and to add a budget planning committee as well.
Any discussion?
I
Okay.
just have, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. I was having a hard time with the button. I think this is smart to bring this back. It just allows us to be more proactive and further our conversations around the growth that's happening, and just to focus more in on our goals. So I'm glad to see this come back. And it's super excited about the new one for the budget. I think that's really smart for us to do.
I should have mentioned at the beginning of this, and I apologize. Our board operating procedures are what outline the participation of board members in these committees. And what I'm proposing to you tonight is two board members serve on each of the three committees, with our board president having the ability to attend any of the committees as he so chooses. So a maximum of 3 board members present at one time for that, never getting to a quorum. If we were ever at a quorum situation, we would always post a meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act.
All right, no further discussion or comments. Do we have a motion to appoint board standing committees at this time?
I'll make the motion. I'd like to motion to appoint Janet Lee and myself, Rucker Preston, to the Policy Committee, Suzanne McDonald and Aaron Bass to the Facilities Committee, and Chris Floor and Jeff Norwood to the Budget Planning Committee.
Do I have a second? Mr. Floor? Any additional discussion, comments? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. That passes 7-0. That concludes our action items this evening. Next on the agenda is item 7, reports. Fall demographer report, item A. Dr. Smith.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bob Templeton. I think you know Bob. He's been in Belton ISD serving and supporting us in talking about growth as a school district since, I believe, 2014. And so we're excited to have Bob here. He does a fall report and a spring report every year. And Bob, thank you for being here tonight.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Smith. It is my pleasure to be with you this evening. Every year has unique challenges or unique opportunities. This year is no different. We work with about 80 school districts in Texas, and tonight I'm going to touch on kind of the highlights of what we're seeing with the economic conditions. I'll spend a good bit talking about the housing market. Housing market is facing some headwinds. So the headwinds are high inflation, the high cost, rising interest rates, definitely causing some challenges there in the housing market. But we're still very fortunate in Texas. We're still seeing very strong job growth. All of the major regions in Texas are experiencing job growth. That's leading to continued population growth. So Texas is still seeing very strong population growth. And I expect this is just kind of a road bump in what we have seen in terms of our our housing growth in terms of new home construction. Overall, I want to touch on this year's enrollment and kind of take just a quick look at the patterns this year. This year, the enrollment was right at 13,790. That was a couple of weeks ago. That number literally changes every week. I suspect the number is a little higher right now, and it's going to continue to grow throughout the year, especially at the elementary campuses. The norm is elementary parents, it doesn't matter when they move into the district, they enroll those elementary kids immediately. So it can even be in the springtime. They'll put them in school. Don't quite see that at the secondary level. But this year, all of the grade levels, the kindergarten through ninth grade saw growth. So kindergarten through ninth grade, a little bit growth there. The 10th, 11th, and 12th grade cohorts, you'll notice those are less than 1. That's pretty normal. That's a normal drop that we see in those high school grade levels, and it happens at just about every high school. Some of that is early graduations, and so there will be a little bit of a move out there at those high school grade levels in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. But again, we are seeing the continued pattern of growth. Now, economic conditions, the unemployment rates for the region are right at that 4% to 5% range, which is basically fully employed. One reason why the state of Texas unemployment rate is going up is because we're seeing so much population growth into Texas. So the labor force is growing, and that for a lot of the industries is a good thing. We need more labor in the state of Texas to help with filling jobs. We do still have several clients in the region that are still struggling to fill positions, teaching positions. And so the education industry as a whole is still challenged. I don't know that that's an issue here in Belton, but we have several clients that to this point are still struggling to fill positions. When we look at the housing market, this is total home sales within Belton ISD. You can see it peaked in 2020, which is so surprising that during that pandemic year, we would see home sales really skyrocket. And a lot of that was new homes, the starts of the new homes. It dropped off in 21-22 just a little bit as we went through some supply chain challenges to get homes built in time. So we did see a little bit of a drop off in 21-22. 22 is when the Fed started raising the interest rates. So the Fed started doing a minimal, very small incremental steps over about a year and a half. So, back in the first part of 2022, the interest rate was about 3%. Now that interest rate on a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is above 7%. We think we're near the top of that interest rate hikes. Potentially one more small raise, but we think, and most housing experts think that we're near the top of the interest rate hikes. Now, we haven't seen much of softening in the pricing, so the pricing is still very, very strong. This is kind of creating a very unusual situation where existing homeowners are hesitant to buy that different home, to move to either a bigger home or a different location because they currently likely have an interest rate between 3 to 4%. So they're hesitant to sell their existing home, move to a different home because the financing is so much higher. That's creating a shortage of supply of existing homes. So the existing home market is somewhat constrained because of this interest rate problem. So again, as families that are moving into the area from outside the area, coming from either California or other areas because of job changes or family changes, the biggest supply is in the new home market. So the new home market is still making up a larger share of the total home sales within most regions. Now here's the map of the district. Current elementary attendance zones, well, we have built in the Hubbard Branch zone, which will open next year. That zone will change, so we've got those zones in there. The green shaded areas are the active subdivisions. We have 56 actively building subdivisions, 10 future subdivisions. One thing that we have seen is that the developers are continuing to develop. We haven't seen a slowdown in new lots or new projects. So new lots are still coming online. Could be because those plans were already in progress, the wheels were already in motion, the engineering was done, financing was in order, so the developers have put the lots on the ground or are putting the lots on the ground. We have 1,293 lots that are in the development process. So those areas that have a red outline, Those are areas there where new lots are coming and will be delivered within the next few months. I'm going to touch on some of the, well, let me talk about multifamily. Multifamily is surging, and we've got 940 multifamily units under construction in the district. 470 of those 470 future multifamily units are in the planning stages, so they're in planning. And then we've got about 100 units that are age restricted that will not impact the district with students. But overall, the average for multifamily yields have actually been declining. I've got a slide that will illustrate that later in the presentation because the new apartments that are coming online are seeing lower yields. So the new apartments lower yielding, causing the overall average to drop just a little bit.
Bob, before you move on, can I make one point to our board on that map? It's a little hard to see just because of the colors, but if you take a look at the top portion of the map, and it has the Tarver Elementary boundary it's pink up there, and then you see a couple of purples in there, and those are under construction multifamily developments in that area. There's a significant impact up in the Tarver attendance boundary, and you can see that Tarver attendance boundary is the new boundary that was adopted by the board because of the opening of Burrell. So all of those units are going in. There's a significant impact in West Temple for some of these multifamily housing facilities that are up there, and we definitely will see the impact in the Tarver, Pirtle, Burrell area in the north part of our district.
Great comment. But yes, the purple are the under construction, and the turquoise shaded are the planned multifamily. Some of the highlights, this is the Westfield edition. We've got satellite imagery from July. This is total of about 1,123 total lots. We had 11 homes under construction. There are future sections that are in the development stage, and we expect that they're building, anywhere from, 40 to 50 homes per year in Westfield edition. The current student yield in this neighborhood is 0.543. That's about what we see as an average. We do have some neighborhoods that are a little higher and some that are a little lower, but we geocode your students every year so that we can see the changes in the yields by subdivision. Next, we're looking at Lake Point Terrace, about 686 total lots, 47 homes under construction. They built about 166 homes during the last 12 months. They have groundwork underway on their final section of 62 lots. Price points start at about $300,000 and above. That yield in Lake Point Terrace is 0.718, so a little bit higher than the previous neighborhood. And keep in mind, yields are not static. They literally change every year as kids move up into the next grade level, so they will move around just a few points as those areas mature. Next, we're looking at the Grove at Lakewood Ranch, 600 total lots, 12 homes under construction, about 322 occupied homes. There is groundwork underway on their Phase 7 that has about 41 lots. Well above $300,000 is the price point for these homes. Again, this yield rather high at 0.745. Fresh Meadows, 263 total lots, 70 vacant developed lots. They built about 142 homes in the last 12 months. Groundwork is underway on their remaining lots, their remaining vacant developed lots. And to the south, we have the Hills of Westwood, 1,128 total lots. There's groundwork underway on 42 lots in Phase 4, and there's the road work that's underway on an additional 114 lots in Phase 14. We do expect those lots to be delivered in early 2024, so could see some increase in construction in the spring. Current yield in this neighborhood is 0.511 students per home. Next, we're looking at a future that's under development. This is in the new the new boundary for Hubbard Branch. It's Skyview Edition, 196 future lots. The groundwork is underway on all of the lots. We do expect they will deliver late 23, probably first part of 24 is when we'll see activity taking place. This is the Hubbard Branch neighborhood, 500 total lots, 22 vacant developed lots, but they do have groundwork underway on about 170 lots. We think they're going to be building about 50 to 60 homes per year. The price points start at $340 and above. The yield for this neighborhood is 0.44 students per home. That yield will go up when that school gets opened. We'll definitely see the yield. I see that pattern almost everywhere. An elementary is a real magnet for new home construction and the yields for those neighborhoods. Three Creeks, about 1,500 total lots. There's 45 vacant developed lots, but they've got a significant amount of future lots that are in development. They're building anywhere from 100 to 125 homes per year, and they've got sections 9 and sections 10 that are in development. Going to be a couple of hundred more lots delivered, building about 100 to 125 homes a year. Those price points range from $340 to $550. The yield is 569 students per home in Three Creeks. So that's the highlights of your main developments. We do have notes and information on all of your active developments. I'll go back to the multifamily screen just to show you the yields that we're seeing in the multifamily projects across the district. We currently have 710 students that are residing in about 2,800 multifamily units. The average yield across the district is 0.254 across the multifamily within the district. Those green shaded multifamily are yielding less than 0.25. The orange are yielding between 0.5 and 0.75, and the red are yielding greater than 0.75. A majority of the units are lower yielding units in that 0.25 range. Now this is our geocoded dot map. So we get the student file from the district in late September, geocode those students to their addresses. We've got about 3,717 students, or almost 27% of the students live within the Belton city limits, and about 43% of the students reside in the Temple city limits. And we've got a handful of students that reside outside the district's boundary. Now this is looking at the history of our yield, which this is why I love the fact that we've worked with the district for so long, as you can see what's happened over time. But the single family yield has stayed around 0.6. You can see this is across the district for all single family. That's a very good yield. Most of our clients on the single family yield between 0.4 to 0.5. So you're yielding a little bit higher than what we see with the majority of our clients. This is what we see with those districts that are what I call destination districts. These are districts that families move to because of the school district. So we see a little bit higher yields there. The multifamily yield has gone down slightly. You can see back in 2015 it was 0.38. I believe what is happening is the new multifamily that's coming online is seeing lower yields. And that's pretty standard too, because they tend to charge more. The rents are higher for the newer multifamily. That can be a lifestyle decision for some individuals, and so that's what's likely causing the yields to go down. Now over time, as those age, they can start to offer some incentives and we can see the rents change. We tend to see new multifamily that's in that 15 to 18 year age. That's when we can see the yields change. We're basing that on work we've done in Richardson ISD, Plano, Spring Branch. Those are a little different markets, but what we know is that as they age and new apartments come on down the line, those lifestyle renters will go to the newer ones because they are the newer, have newer amenities and a different concept. And then the apartments will backfill by lowering the rents to get that occupancy back up. I don't know if that's anything to be concerned with right now, but it's definitely something we'll watch over time. Here's a look at the projections by grade level. You can see the history, how it has dropped from the last couple of years. I'm basically holding at about a 1 to 1.4% enrollment growth, so I'm being a little bit conservative over the next couple of years due to the inflation, due to the rising interest rates. So I'm being a little bit conservative in the next 2 years, and then in years 3 and beyond, that's when we could see the economy pick back up, interest rates soften a little bit. So I didn't want to be too conservative for too long. so that it puts you in a little bit of a challenged position for facility planning. It's just a matter of time before we see the housing market cycle back. And we saw these same things back in 26 and 27 when the great crash happened. It stayed down for a few years, but then it came back up, and that's what I think we'll see hopefully this time around within the next 2 years. This is really not a matter of if you're going to continue to grow. It's just a matter of how long do these interest rates and these economic conditions cause a headwind for housing. But you can see in 5 years, you will definitely be approaching that 15,000 mark in enrollment, and in 10 years, you're going to likely eclipse 16,000. Here's what it looks like at the elementary campus level. You can also see we've built in the Hubbard branch opening and the attendance zone changes that were approved last year. So those are in place with these projections. The schools that I want to watch are Chisholm Trail. So definitely Chisholm Trail's enrollment we'll want to see. When we do open Hubbard branch, we're going to be moving about 200 elementary students are in that portion of the Chisholm branch attendance zone that will be attending Hubbard branch next year. So as those numbers shake out, we'll see next fall really how Chisholm Trail is settling in. But ideally, we could have about 5 to 6 years before they start to approach capacity. The next area to watch is Hubbard branch. Now, I would say Hubbard branch is really key on that future subdivision that's on the south part of the district, Rivers Place. That's the future we'll want to watch to see when it breaks ground, when it gets active. When it breaks ground means it's still 2 to 3 years before it's going to have a significant impact. So this means that Hubbard branch, the longer that we don't see the groundwork going at that future development, then the longer it is before Hubbard branch could be pushed in their enrollment. Without that development, Hubbard branch would be fine through this 10-year period.
Bob, can I say one thing on those as well? Board, just to be clear, and for those watching at home, the green boxes are 95% capacity, and the yellow box is over capacity at that point. So we're still in very good shape. If you take a look, we're at Chisholm Trail Elementary School is about 900 at this point. And so we're at a very good situation moving forward for the next decade or so at that 95% capacity rate. Now, if what Bob is saying about housing market increases or picks up pace again is what I should say, that is one that we're going to have to watch again depending on how fast things grow in the South.
At the secondary level, you'll notice that it's North Belton Middle School that is in that 95% range next fall. You'll say it stays near that threshold for about 3 years. It potentially could get right at its capacity in years 4 or 5. We also want to watch Belton Middle School and Lake Belton, but those are a little bit further down the road. At the high school level, it's Lake Belton High School that could be approaching capacity, approaching that 95% threshold in year 3, year 4, somewhere in there. So I'll do key takeaways and be ready to answer any questions. This year, Belton's enrollment increased by about 193 students. The reality is when we get to the snapshot, it's going to be over 200. So a little bit shy of what we forecasted. All in all, it's doing very well. Based on current sales, we do think that the district is forecasted to close more than 1,800 homes by the end of 2023. Again, a little bit down from where it was a couple of years ago, primarily driven by the higher interest rates. The district is still seeing future developments. We have 10 future subdivisions that we're tracking with over 6,350 lots that are in the planning stages, and we have groundwork underway on about 1,293 lots that will likely be delivered within the next 6 to 10 months. We do expect the district's enrollment to be at about 15,000 students in 5 years and could top 16,200 students in 10 years. Be happy to answer any questions.
Does the board have any questions?
Just thank you. I mean, this is always fascinating. I mean, if I was going to do something else in another life, this would be it. I mean, I could like watch it. I could listen to you talk about this and look at these numbers all day long. So this is just an amazing history that you've got, amazing history of sort of getting it really right. And so, I think our confidence level in the numbers and the presentation when you come is pretty high. So thank you so much for the effort that you put in. This gives us a lot of great data to make decisions going forward.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure. We love what we do. I started by saying this was an unusual year, and I was really kind of referring to the legislative session and then the special session that we're in right now. Our team is watching like crazy and trying to really try to anticipate what could happen and how that's going to play out. I believe that it's going to be 2 to 3 years if they advance some form of choice. We're really not going to see the impacts immediately, but within 2 to 3 years, it could have a snowballing effect. The districts that it's going to have the biggest effect are those non-destination districts. They're going to be the ones that are going to hit first. And so it's those suburban districts around the urban areas that will see the continued eroding of their enrollments. The destination districts, I think, will not be as majorly impacted. We're all going to see it to some degree, but districts like Belton, I think, can be in a pretty good spot because you do the right things of recognizing your kids and your staff and creating this culture that is very powerful. If you think of questions after this, send them on to Dr. Smith. We'd be happy to respond at any time.
I was just going to say that too, and I want to point out I did get stopped recently at an event asking about enrollment at our secondary levels, particularly North Belton and Lake Belton. And there are a couple things about that. We can more easily absorb students at the secondary level than we can at the elementary level. So if you took a look at the North Belton numbers, you see that you get around the 1,000, or we have about 1,000 capacity, and then you see 27, 28, we're at 1,010, 1,015, 1,020. Those are easily absorbed. I don't think we have to do anything drastic for middle school at this point. Lake Belton High School, again, isn't hitting over 2,500 until the 2030-31 year. The one thing I will say to make sure we continue to keep on our radar, though, is adequate financing, build time, or design time and build time when we do get to a point to add new middle schools and high schools. That is a multi-year process as well. You all know you passed a bond in 2017. Prior to me being here, we didn't open Lake Belton High School until fall of 2020. It takes a number of years to get those things on the ground. So while we do have some wiggle room along the way, we feel really good about where we are at the elementary level, and thanks to the recent bond that passed, the secondary level is one that we're keeping an eye on, and we do need to be ahead of that rather than behind that for the future.
Well, again, thank you for letting me be here tonight. And if you do think of other questions, please send them on.
Thank you, Bob. Moving on to item 7B, reporting exceptional learning experiences in CTE, fine arts, and athletics. Dr. Smith?
Trustees, as an extension of your workshop, we realized a couple of years ago when we started our workshops, we were updating you on goals and the progress towards goals. But when we talk about goal 2, we know it goes beyond the classroom walls, and the experience of our students is something that we want to continue to invest in and celebrate in many of our programs that take student learning beyond the traditional desk. And so tonight, I'm honored to have Keith Zulke and Sam Skidmore and Gabby Nino here to give you an update along with some special guests that are the stars of our show.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, President Alcozer, members of the board. Tonight, we would like to share the value of our extracurricular programs and how these activities provide exceptional experiences for our students. Our extracurricular programs help our students find their personal passions, and participation in these events offer unique aspects into a student's education. And these exceptional experiences align with our district goals as well as our journey of graduate competencies. I'm sure if we all think back to our time in education, we could come up with a memory or memories. Maybe it's time spent with friends, a funny story, Maybe it's a specific game or a contest or a performance that we had. For some of us, maybe those memories happen in an extracurricular activity. I know for me, I have plenty of memories, but it's more of words of encouragement. I was approaching the end of my senior year, had been accepted to college, but my major was undecided. I really didn't have a path. And a band director sat me down and said, "Keith, I think you would make a great band director." He listed out the reasons why, and that set me on a career path that, quite frankly, has led me here to the Director of Fine Arts at Belton ISD. When I look back, the participation in band and athletics was my hook that kept me motivated, probably to pass my classes, but it helped me be engaged into my school community. For many students, just like actor Morgan Freeman, extracurricular activities provide the hook that keeps students interested and motivated in school. And these activities offer opportunities for our students to learn values such as teamwork and leadership, individual and group responsibility and competition, and can also help improve academic performance. We truly believe that a connected student is a more engaged student.
We are very fortunate in Belton ISD to provide many opportunities for our students to have exceptional experiences. We all know not all exceptional learning experiences take place in a classroom. They take place on the field, on the courts, in the band hall, in shops. And I truly believe that the skills and lessons students learn through extracurriculars, they take on with them for the rest of their lives. We all think back to high school. I can think back, even though it's getting further and further back, of, I can remember some of the games, I can remember some of the scores, but what I truly remember is the relationships that I was able to develop with my coaches and my teammates. I can remember those one-on-one conversations I had with my coaches. I can remember the tough love my coaches gave me when I needed it. I can remember the long road trips with my teammates and my friends and the experiences we had on those trips, and those all center around relationships. And I wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for those coaches pouring into me and molding me into the man I am today. I can think back to my head coach, and I can remember word for word what he'd tell us before we went out on Friday night. His favorite motto, and I use it all the time, is MOE, it's a matter of effort. And one of the proudest moments of my life was him coming to talk to the Tigers when I was the head football coach. And sitting there listening to him talk to my kids, imploring that same life lessons, talking about MOE, and I was just immersed. I was transformed back to high school immediately. And when we got done, he told me how proud he was of the job I was doing with those kids, how well-mannered they were, how attentive they were, and how much respect he saw in their eyes towards me, and that's the same respect I had towards him. And he meant a lot to my life. It's those relationships. It's former players calling you, wanting to update you on their life after they graduate. They're calling you and asking your advice. You get invited to a former player's wedding, one of the most important days of their life, and they want you there to be a part of. Last school year we had 2,720 kids participate in athletics, grades 9 through 12. Think of the amount of opportunities for relationship and close interaction that took place with that. One thing that's always stood out to me about the Big Red community was the amount of community support that we received. And so we always make it a priority to give back to community that gives so much to us. And I was proud to say that last year we amassed 5,973 hours of community service with our athletes working and giving back, and we plan to increase that amount this year.
So recently, I've got to spend quite a bit of time working closely with our CTE programs. And if you think about our vision of empowering each and every learner to pursue their dreams and enrich their communities, this is where it happens. We've got 12 different career clusters and 27 programs of study that our students get to pursue their dreams within. And this is where they are most closely connected to the workforce and community in their practicums, getting out into the community to serve as well. It's very exciting to know that in the last school year, we doubled the number of students who earned IBCs. And our students, we had over 700 students earn IBCs, which means they are ready to step out into career and they have certifications to support them in that. We have just under 4,000 students who are participating in our BISD career and technical education classrooms this year and programs. We had over 300 participate last year in competitions at the local, the state, regional, and national levels. And we're just excited to see that grow. I want to share with you that not only did we have the 740 IBCs earned, in Central Texas, if we look at the impact on the workforce right around us, Workforce Solutions of Central Texas aligned 565 of our certifications earned to the skilled trade industries in our area of highest need. So that's health science, education and training, and business, marketing, and finance. Those are high wage, high demand, high needed areas around us in Central Texas that we were able to get students prepared for. So we're proud to see them enriching the community already after pursuit of their dreams in Belton ISD.
All three of our departments provide opportunities for students to learn teamwork and leadership skills, and with over 3,000 students making up more than 50 performing groups at UIL competitions, it's imperative that our students have these qualities for us to have success. Several years ago, Belton ISD engaged our stakeholders of the Big Red community to develop Journey of a Graduate competencies. These are competencies we wish for our students to have by the time that they leave us here at Belton ISD. We invited students from athletics, CTE, and fine arts to help us make a video showing how students live out the journey of a graduate competencies. And this video is telling the story of how our students grow these competencies through our extracurricular programs each and every day. I would like to, students, if I call your name, please stand up. I would like to recognize, not every student could be here tonight, but most of them are. We have Corbin Mock, who is a student assistant coach from Lake Belton High School. Wyatt Butler, who is a varsity linebacker from Belton High School. Nathan Carrasco, who is a 2023 Belton High School graduate, now employed at Beck's. We have Stephanie Martinez, culinary student at Lake Belton High School. I don't believe JoJo Fogel is able to be here tonight, but she is a member of our choir and theater programs at Belton High School, and Diana Williams, a member of Lake Belton High School's orchestra, theater, and art programs. These students are featured on the Journey of a Graduate video you're about to see.
Adaptation in athletics happens almost every day. On a Friday night, it is almost guaranteed there's going to be at least one mistake or setback that happens. Even though I'm not allowed to play the game I love, I still have to be a part of it. So, when I was on a Zoom meeting with Coach Cope because of COVID, which taught us all more about adapting than we thought possible, we brainstormed ways for me to be a part of the team. I will always be thankful for Coach Cope and this program for adapting to me and allowing me to start my coaching career alongside my peers who were playing the game.
The perseverance that I had to go through was my junior season this summer, which is pretty important as far as recruiting goes. Big camp time. And I decided to go and break my hand 2 days before the spring game, so I missed out on my film from that. I was in cast all summer. So after I broke my hand, I came back after the summer, finally out of my cast. Got to start the season again, and it's been going good. I'm getting double-digit tackles and performing at the level I'd hoped to.
And one way that critical thinking has helped me is whenever I went to competition in Colorado for nationals, I was faced with many challenges that I then overcame by thinking through the steps of what I could do to help myself succeed. Critical thinking helps me in the culinary class because when we get our recipe, we have to think through it, how we're going to execute it. If anything goes wrong, we just push forward and keep going.
Empathy is my word and was shown through the CTE Practicum teaching class by Julie Boggin. She showed that the understanding of my feelings and love and supported the ideas that I had for teaching. She told me any ideas that I had were never too small or never too big. She said that the sky was my limit. And so now, currently as an employee, I show the empathy through the students. I make sure I show the love and the kindness and support that she showed me.
Over the years, the arts have taught me how to build trust. Art is collaboration. Whether I am playing in unison with the orchestra at a concert or being cued by the stage manager to enter a scene, teamwork is crucial to the success of any performance. By participating in fine arts, I have learned how to work together, to move towards a common goal. And these skills will benefit me for the rest of my life.
I am in theater and choir, and being in these two groups has really helped me with my communication, because when you're in a choir, you have to be so in tune with everyone and you just have to be so there and focused with your peers. Being in theater, it's like a very fine tune about the emotions and body language of someone, so you really have to pay attention to your scene partners and who you're with, and you just have to listen. So I really think that these two programs could help someone be a better communicator, just because of how close and how in tune you have to be with your own emotions and with everyone else's emotions.
Thank you, students, for participating in the video. Amazing job helping us tell the story. We look forward to continuing our work on ensuring exceptional experiences each and every student here at Belton ISD, and removing any barriers that may prevent our students from participating in our extracurricular activities. So now, thank you for your time. If you have any questions for Sam, Gabby, myself, or if you would like to ask a student a question, we're here to answer.
Yes, we can take pictures with the students, absolutely. Board, is that okay if you go down? I want to give a shout out to a couple of people, and then we'll allow the board to ask some questions. Thank you, Marty, for putting that video together. I think you were very instrumental in that. And thank you, students, for being willing to share your voice about your experience. When we talk about exceptional, we're not talking about it from the adult lens, we're talking about it from the student lens. We want to create something that you're proud of, that you feel great about, and that all your peers feel great about. So thank you for sharing your voice and why that's important. I want to also acknowledge, I think I was at a performance that Ms. Williams was in yesterday at Lake Belton High School, and they did an outstanding job in their performance of the Crucible. But our kids every day never cease to amaze us in Belton ISD. Thank you for sharing your voice and being a part of our presentation tonight.
All right, let's go. I guess no one has any questions. No, we're good.
Thank you all for being here.
Okay, moving on to item 7C, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Smith.
Trustees, it is an honor to share with you a couple of highlights from this month. I want to get started. Again, the purpose of this is always to go over administrative highlights and comments. I'm not going to steal your thunder. I have a gut feeling some of you will talk about the board campus visits coming up here, but I'll talk through these other items real briefly on highlights as we move through some of these slides. First of all, the board campus visits, for our public that don't know, fall, winter, spring, we arrange for visits for our Board of Trustees, and the whole goal is to be able to see how things come to life in our classrooms for our trustees when they're visiting our schools. They're not scripted. They're walking around with a principal. They ask what classrooms they want to see, and we go to those classrooms and we just see learning in action. And I thank our board for being involved and being out and visible in our schools on a regular basis. It means a lot to us. I think it's also important to note we had the opportunity to host something in this facility, Captain Henry Wasco tribute here, and I learned a whole lot about it. But it was an event that we were able to host, but was put on to commemorate the legacy of Captain Wasco, and I know a couple of you were there as well. But what struck me is how meaningful his story is to New Tech High School and to our community. And I realized at that moment that we got to continue to do a good job to talk about his life and his impact for the men that he led through war. Second thing I wanted to note is another thank you for you all in your joint meeting with Temple ISD. We're proud of the work of our local school districts around us and proud of the work that we do in Belton ISD, and to see our board and Temple ISD's board come together with a unified voice to our legislators, being very specific that we wanted to see a continued reform of the accountability system, increased funding for our schools, and that we wanted them to oppose vouchers. And that unified message is one that we're continuing to use on a regular basis when we meet with our locally elected officials at the state level. We also wanted to note that we're working very diligently on developing a leadership definition in Belton ISD. As many of you know, we were able to partner with the Holdsworth Center over the course of this year, and the Holdsworth Center is helping us really examine our pipeline for leadership positions in our school district. And so we have a task force that's been created so that we can be explicit about what is required of or what is expected of leaders in our system so that we can develop them appropriately, with the goal being that whenever we have a leadership vacancy in our system, we have a ready person to fill that position for the future. And so that's the work that we've been working on with our leadership task force. And then finally, at the bottom, you can see we took a moment out of our leadership meeting that we have. We have a leadership team meeting every month, and that leadership team went to Helping Hands, one of our community partners that helps support families in need throughout our community. And we went and we donated our time. We learned about their efforts, and we learned about what an impact they make for us in Belton ISD specifically. And so we're extremely grateful for their partnership, but I'm also thankful for the crew that you see there in that bottom picture. That bottom picture was us helping, using our hands for Helping Hands, because we know that what we can give back, we also receive in our school district. And I'm thankful for our leaders that are willing to do that type of stuff for our community. Sam mentioned it about the community service hours. That mindset in this community, it's really different than a lot of communities that we see around, and I'm very, very grateful for our leaders that did that. On the top right-hand side, I'll let you all talk about as well. You see that picture that you recognize from our time at the TASA-TASB convention recently. A couple of real quick comments. I do want to note that Coach Sniffen was in the back. I think he already snuck out, but Coach Sniffen was in the back just a few minutes ago. Last Friday, we were able to celebrate Coach Sniffen and a Belton Tiger win, but not just a Belton Tiger win. Coach Sniffen got his 100th victory as a head coach, and I think that's pretty cool to acknowledge as well. That shows a long-term dedication to developing students and their not just what they do on the field, but their development as young men in our system. And so we're thankful for Coach Sniffen and what he's done. And also, I think it's important to note that the Rangers won tonight. And so we're up 2-0, just so everybody knows. And with that, I think it's discussion time or question time if any of you have any questions for me.
Any questions for Dr. Smith? No takers? All right, let's move on to item 7D. And I'm going to read all three of these, and then we can talk about any one, all of them or any of them. It's your choice. Governance report. 1, board member attendance at various school and community events. 2, board member recognition of outstanding performance by district staff and students. And 3, board member opportunities for continuous education.
I'll start off.
All right.
It's been a busy month. There's been a lot of things we've seen and done, and one of those things I think that wasn't mentioned was the construction projects, highlights of Southwest, like Belton Middle School and Belton High School, which was quite an event to see the community who came out and supported, as well as the students there. I'm going to jump into the campus visits for 2 reasons. One, just to see the critical thinking that was going on, and it really was quite spectacular to walk in to South Belton Middle School and then also to New Tech with Suzanne. And the level of critical thinking among the students blew me away, and it made me want to go back to 11th grade and do some of the projects that they're doing, and just to see the way the teachers are pushing them, like you mentioned when your son was in school in 6th grade, the same way. So it was very powerful to see that up front. And then also this being Principals Month. And I've been on, I think, 3 of the 4 middle schools the last couple of weeks, and I've been very impressed with our middle schools principals, in particular, just the ones I've seen, because they're out and about. And they're being the face of those campuses, and like we saw tonight where the students were really cheering on the principal here, it's happening all over the district. So we have great principals doing great work across the district.
Okay. I have 6 pages of notes. I will try to hit all the highlights very quickly. Campus visits, Rucker and I had the same campus visits, at least two of them were South Belton and New Tech. And critical thinking was center at each of those campuses. That was really cool to be able to ask those questions. I learned of some acronyms, DOK. I had no idea what that was, but I do know it's depth of knowledge now, and there's certain levels I researched. Okay, that's kind of cool. And so my shout out is to the New Tech staff. I absolutely love Duck Week. They turn on the intercom and the duck quacks, and then we were able to pull some numbers, and the winners could come up and collect their prize. And I took a picture with a duck that was all blinged out. Just saying, it was cool. I attended a couple of events. One was the Temple Chamber Business Link Lunch at Crawford Bowers Funeral Home. That was interesting. Attended the Temple Chamber State of the City lunch at Hilton Garden with Janet and Rucker. Again, interesting. I really like some of the things that they said. They've really got some things in the hopper that I think that most would be very, very interested in. I told you I have 6 pages of notes. I'm trying to get there. So back in September, we attended the TASB conference or convention, and just from general speakers, there was one in particular that really spoke to me, and that was Megan Johnson. She talked about Zap the Gap, transforming multi-generational teams, which is kind of interesting because that kid that I talked about earlier, one of the things that we talk about all the time, and he says that people that are older, because he's a whatever his generation is, he says we don't understand. The people that he works with does not understand because we're baby boomers. And so to have this conversation and listen to this lady, I actually bought her book and she signed it addressed to Dylan. And so he was super geeked to get that. So very, very excited. Some of the things that she talked about, some suggestions for employers, like having monthly 15-minute conversations, not performance evaluations per se, but just asking some key questions like, what's something that you're better at now than you were at last month? Those kind of things. I thought that was kind of cool. And then the other one that I thought was really cool is having those stay interviews with employees, your current employees, like, how are you feeling about how things are going, and what would you change, and what would you like to see different? I think that was super, super, super cool. The other the thing that I really liked was in a pre-conference session that I attended with Aaron, strong parent conversations, how to communicate effectively and build trust. I have a really neat toolkit. Happy to share that if we want to make copies and all of that. There's a lot of good tips in there. And I could go on, but I will not. I will stop right there, but just tell you that it was interesting, very interesting.
Some things that I've gotten to do over the last month, a couple of campus visits with Manuel. We went to Sparta, and while critical thinking was a topic, we also focused some of our conversation on the importance of phonics and the need for more of it. And so that was really interesting to hear her perspective and the teacher's perspective. And then we got to go into a thinking classroom, super cool. That was a third grade math, right? Yeah. And we actually saw them thinking out loud together. I mean, we got to see that in action, and so that was really cool. We got to interact with some kids. Charter Oak, and I really appreciated Mr. Lockme kind of going through his plan for his focus for his campus on growth, and so that was really interesting and just impressive for the work that they're doing over at Charter Oak. I didn't get to stay very long, but last week attended briefly the dyslexia night that the special programs had. Awesome job. They talked with parents about the legislative changes, interventions, the identification process, and so just thankful for the work that they put into that. I think it was a little bit better attended, and so I'm proud of y'all for that, and I hope that momentum keeps going and parents keep coming. So good job on that. The construction project celebrations, that was a lot of fun that day. The beef event, I know that I'm sure some of y'all may share about that, but that was this past weekend. It was super well attended. I think it's probably the biggest they've had in a long time. So seeing people come out to support our kids and our staff and teachers, that was really fun. I know that they left. Sam is still here, but a shout out to you guys. I know that we kind of ended that with a picture, but I want to say thank you all for the passion that you have in your leadership in those programs, because good leadership trickles down, but when it's leaders that are passionate, that's going to make a lifelong impact. And so just a shout out to the work that those departments are doing, and thank you all for what you did tonight for us. The conference was awesome. Suzanne, yeah, we learned some new strategies. We can always be better at communication with parents. And so we learned some good strategies. And yes, I have the toolkit right here. Went to one on CTE. I don't know if y'all know I'm married to someone who is super passionate about CTE. And so he was proud of me for going to that session. But it was with Pasadena ISD. And what they're doing over there to really start the conversation early on in middle school, and just the method of how they're doing it, it was really incredible. And then Chris and I went to one on retention. Retention is recruitment, and learned some really neat strategies with what, can't remember that district. They were good, by the way, but we can't remember them. But the conference was great, enjoyed it with all of you, so.
Just keep going?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Try to hit some things that maybe we haven't talked about. The joint meeting with Temple was awesome. So sorry you couldn't be there, but thank you for the opportunity to kind of step in on that. I think that's actually paid dividends in a lot of ways, right? So when we went to the TASB conference, right, there actually was, a level of camaraderie between the two of us that we haven't had in my short time on the board, right? And so I think there's a lot of benefit that came from outside, right, of that event. I got to attend the 212 Rise Up sort of senior celebration at Lake Belton High School. So they're, I don't want to say maybe the equivalent of the burning of the bee, right? So they're kind of get ready for homecoming celebration, trying to start some new traditions there and celebrate their seniors. And that's a pretty awesome kickoff event for homecoming. Talked about TASB a little bit, but I always say, coincidentally, I went to several presentations around how do you connect sort of the curriculum and instruction piece into the classroom, and how do you know if you're doing it right, and how do you know if it's working well? And lo and behold, we had an hour-long workshop coming into this meeting all about that, right? So, and we hadn't even talked about it, right? So I was super jazzed, to kind of see that in action sort of immediately coming back from the conference. So thank you for that. I did go to Temple City Council meeting. After the 3 construction visits, I went to the Temple City Council meeting. And I signed up for public comment. I think I'm not sure that they knew like what I was getting into there. But I thank them, for the partnership around some of the construction projects that we've got going on, because it has taken a lot to kind of get those things over the hump and moving. We're moving a lot of dirt, and we couldn't do it without them. And so I thank them, which is somewhat unusual in a public comment. So, great. Media Day, right? So Jeff and I did Media Day today, lunch with the board, and I think we had the opportunity to work with some of the local media and really try to understand, what's working well, what's not working well, how do we best leverage sort of each other for the good of the community, right? Because that's really what it's all about. And so I thought that was a great conversation. So, and then beef, awesome. In a lot of ways, there's a lot of magic that goes on here in the district, and I think beef adds that extra little bit of fairy dust on top, right? Through, through scholarships, through teaching grants, and through the paraprofessional continuing ed support. Just can't say enough about, what beef provides, and then all the donors and sponsors. So I'll end it there. Busy month.
Yeah, so I think, Matt, you can clearly see that this encouragement of us to be involved, we are enjoying, obviously, because we can't stop talking about it. But yeah, I attended several of these things as well. I was at Beef. It was amazing. I don't think there's been a better red carpet event. That was the best one yet, by far, in my personal opinion. But I want to talk about what I'm most proud of, and that was 2 things specifically. That was our partnership with the Temple ISD board, which, as you said, people thanked us who were not even from here or from there. When we went to the TASB conference, they came up to us directly and said, thank you all for doing that. That was amazing. They had been paying attention from other cities and other districts, and I thought that was pretty cool. That sets a precedent that everyone should follow, in my personal opinion. But that partnership with Temple, we really want to promote that. And that's why Suzanne and Rucker and I all went to the State of the City Temple lunch the other day and enjoyed learning about what they're doing in Temple. And, that partnership is so important. We want to keep fostering that, keep helping. We want to understand what our students who are Temple residents, what their life is like, what they need, and they need to understand that we are also their school district. It's very important that we get that message across. And we love them. They're our community. These are our kids. So I'm proud of that. And then our TASB presentation that Matt trusted us to do. That was my favorite presentation at the conference, personally, I'm just saying. But the fact that Matt just trusts us, he doesn't give us a script. He just knows, just like what we're doing now, he just allows us to speak from our experience. He asks questions, throws it out there, and we've got things to say because we are actually involved. And it was on advocacy with our legislators, and we can definitely speak to that because, again, we are being trusted. Value and support, that's what we're getting. Thank you.
All right, well, everybody's done a lot. I'll just recap a couple of things. Campus visits are always wonderful. In fact, I think they've gotten better over the years. There was, when we first started these, there was a certain nervousness that came when we came into the campuses, and that's over now, and it should be over. We're partners in this. Speaking of partners, but Ms. Bass had mentioned, we went to, I think it is called Parents as Partners Night, then it was Dyslexia Night. And I think that started, I'm probably wrong on this, about a year ago, is that? Okay, about a year ago. And I know when they first started, it wasn't very well attended because it was new. But I think the last count I heard was there were around 70 parents that showed up for Dyslexia Night. There's kids everywhere. There's classrooms set up so they can get information. We walked around and looked into them. And that's we're talking about proud of things that, getting out in, that's one of the things that we have said in Belton is, we have to do a better job of communicating with our parents, with the public. We have all these great things, but are we getting it out there? And again, when it started, I know there was frustration because people weren't showing up. But as the word gets out there, our communications department, shout out to them, they did a really good job of pushing that out. And I think as it continues to grow, that's a great thing because that is a large portion of our school, and they deserve everything they can get. Also, Temple City Council, their meetings are short, by the way, very short. And then the presentation was the other thing I was going to mention. I thought it was great too. Janet stole my thunder. But I did think it was great because it was something that, we have been involved in and I've been involved in and have enjoyed, and that is working with the legislatures, not just saying that we always agree with them, and that's not what it's about, but letting them know, hey, we represent this community. This is what this community wants, because they need to hear that, because it's not what they're hearing in Austin. They're getting pressure from other places, but coming together with Temple and I think Matt said it best, is giving them the cover and the assurance that, hey, remember, you are locally elected, just like we are. And when you go back to the BISD area and you're a state rep, we've told you what the community wants. Now, hopefully they're able to do something with that. But I think that is important that, we don't leave them out there on an island and feel like they're fighting and being like, turn around and, well, where's Belton ISD? Where's Temple ISD? Well, we're here for you. So I enjoyed that presentation. I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was eye-opening. Some of the questions we got from other school board members across the state kind of looked at us like, you did what? I was like, well, yeah, I mean, but no, it was great. So thank you all.
I don't know how much I can add to all that. I did visit Southwest Elementary and South Belton Middle School for a celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. And I did get to visit with some of the parents, actually a group of parents, and my talk to them was basically, we need you involved in your child's education because we can't do it alone. If there's anything that you need that we can provide, ask us, because we don't know what you need. Same thing over at South Belton Middle School. I did not realize that South Belton Middle School was 80% minority. I don't know what the numbers are at Southwest in terms of Hispanic, but it's got to be up in the, 60, 70 percentile, pretty high. And I actually talked to some of those folks in Spanish, and this kind of leads me into one of the talks that I went to at our conference. And it was a talk that was presented by the Longview Independent School District. And Longview, surprisingly enough for me, they're like 40% Hispanic Latino. I didn't know that. I didn't expect that in East Texas. And one of the missions for them was that they realized that the trajectory. One of the things the guy started out with, he said, look, did you know that Texas is like 40.2% Hispanic Latino now? And the trajectory is, it's going up. And that's happening here in our district. So what they did was they said, well, look, what are we going to do to try to reach the Hispanic community? How are we going to get to these parents? So they hired this young man from Miami that grew up in Miami, but he's from Ecuador, fluent in Spanish, obviously fluent in English as well. So he was hired, and his mission was to reach out to the Hispanic community and bring those folks in and say, well, how do we get to these folks? He said, well, the first thing you have to do is you have to understand the Latin community. One of the things about the Latin community is that, what do they value? Well, obviously they value their faith. Faith is number one in their lives. Number two, in terms of what's important to them is family. Like if Dr. Smith and I are friends, as a Latino myself, if he and I are friends, I consider him family. So we look at our friends as our family as well, not just our family by blood, but if we have friends, if I invite you over to my house, you're there as just like my family, just like if you were my cousin. And the thing about it is, and what they did is said, look, how do we get to these folks? Well, they started to talk to all the business leaders in the community, Hispanic community members, and they reached out to them as partners in education. And they also reached out to the folks that are the priests and the the preachers, the pastors in the community, and find out where these folks go to church and partner with them because they trust them. The community trusts them. So if the priest tells you, hey, kids, parents, the school district has contacted us and they want us to partner with you guys, and we want to encourage you to contact your local school officials if you need some help with your kid in terms of education, and speak to them about that. And as I sat there and listened to all that's true, another thing that he recommended was in your communications department to hire someone who is bilingual. That all the events that you have in your district involving this Hispanic community, have someone there that's greeting those folks as they come in. Make them feel comfortable, because the first thing they need to do is they have to trust the district, because we're looked at as the government, and they don't necessarily trust the government because a lot of them come here to flee, certain things, come here for opportunity or to escape oppression. So they want to trust. So how do we do that? Well, we get someone in there to talk to these families. And I did visit with I guess it was Ms. Sanchez over at Communities in Schools at Southwest, and she understands all that. And I think she's making as much headway as she can with that. So there was a lot of talk about that, and Dr. Smith and I have talked about those things as well. The last thing I'll mention, and I went to some other talks, but I did not realize how dangerous fentanyl was. I went to the talk that was done by a DEA agent that's over the Dallas, well, actually, he's got a huge region, and he's been with DEA for over 20 or 25 years or something like that. And he was talking to us about how dangerous the drug is, and I think the title of the presentation was "One Pill Can Kill." And he was talking to us about how dangerous, in his view, it is the most dangerous illicit drug that he's ever dealt with in the more than 20 years that he's been involved. And the reason it's so dangerous is because these pills that are being taken by folks, some of them look like some of the prescription drugs because they're made into pills. So somebody might say, hey, take this pill, and it looks like something that's like a Tylenol or something, when it's not, when it's actually a fentanyl pill. But there's no way of determining how much of the drug is actually in that pill, and you could take a pill that's laced with enough to kill a person. So when he talked about what's the drug it's given as was it Narcan? Yeah, the importance of Narcan. And of course, we've had discussions here in our district about that. And in his view, no one in the state of Texas is everyone is in danger of this. Anyone who's in a school district, young people, because they don't realize the dangers of the drug. So that talk was very, very troubling to me to hear all of that. I did not realize how bad things were with that drug. But the last thing I'll say is that when Chris, you and I went to that first day. You and I, Dr. Goldman, remember that? And there's one thing that he said. He said, we do not plan a budget, we budget a plan. And that was from your guy. Okay? Great talk. And then Temple Independent School District, they did their talk on that, talking about budgets. He's talking about doing budgets for 3 to 5 years, which, we talked about, how can you do that with, you got a legislative session in there. It's pretty hard to do that, but they recommend 3 to 5 years. Pretty difficult to do. But anyway, there's lots of other things, just like Ms. McDonald. I've got notes here too about the other talks that I went to, which also hinge on something that Gabby was talking about today. So, great time.
I just want to thank you, Board, your involvement and your dedication to continuous learning and growth as a board. Like, y'all make this a place where people want to be. So thank you.
All right, that concludes this evening's reports. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull an item for discussion? All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Mr. Norwood, do I have a second?
You got about 4 of them.
Okay, all right, let's see.
Whichever one, it doesn't matter.
All right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Me.
Ms. Bass, all right.
Please pick me.
Any additional discussion? I presume none. All in favor, please raise your hand. That passes 7-0. All right. At this time, are there any requests for new information or reports from the administrative team? No takers. Calendar events, everyone has a calendar.
Board, there should be a sign-up calendar that continues to be passed down, and if you would, please make sure you sign up. Again, these events are the ones that, these are not all of the events in the school district, but these are the ones that the administration is asking if we could have some board representatives at, if you're able to. So again, we don't ask you for everything. These are just ones that are highlights from that. And so if you can go ahead and sign up for those, Becca will reach out to you and follow up with you on those appointments.
Okay, you have your other calendar also. Everyone got a copy of that. All right, public comments on non-agenda items. Becca? None. All right. There being no public comments regarding non-agenda items, we move on to item 11. We're going into closed session. The time is now 8:18 p.m. and the board will go into closed session for A, student disciplinary matter, Texas Government Code Section 551.082. B, consultation with attorney, Texas Government Code Section 551.071. C, personnel, Texas Government Code Section 551.074. D, deliberations about real property, Texas Government Code Section 551.072. And E, formative evaluation of the superintendent. The time is 10:18 p.m. and the board will not reconvene in open session. All action items, reports, and consent items for this meeting have been addressed. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:18.